I've had a few requests from people asking to show how I make sheath. I know there are hundreds of videos on YouTube kind of showing how it's done by different people, but at least for me, kind of seeing different ways of doing the same thing is not always is usually useful. So I decided to do this. Probably not going to be the highest quality video in the world, but you know, maybe somebody will find it useful. So this is a knife I have here that I made a few months ago, and it needs a sheath. So it's going to be a leather sheath, kind of a classic looking. First thing when you are designing a sheath, you need to come up with an idea of how it's going to look. So for this knife, what I want to do is just a classic taco type sheath, you know, with leather wrapping around the knife, with a belt loop for right-handed carry, and that's it. No danglers, nothing really fancy. Pretty straightforward leather sheath. So first you have to have a knife, you have to have the idea, piece of paper, pencil, and ruler. First thing I do is I trace the outline of a knife on one side of the paper. So remember, when you're drawing a sheath, the most important dimensions you have to get right are the interior of the sheath, not so much the exterior. So I use a ink pen to kind of draw the outline. It doesn't have to be like extremely accurate, but it's close enough. So this is the kind of an outline of a sheath. And now you have to define what the interior edge, the welt, will look like. So I'm basically drawing the interior outline of the welt. That's going to be between the two pieces of leather. So we don't need this little thing here. The knife is going to slide in and then kind of fixate a little bit right here. So there's going to be a cutout on the leather. That's probably it. Now, this is the interior welt. How wide does the interior part has to be? So basically, when you're inserting the knife, it will have to pass through this and then pass here and then kind of click down here. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to, when you're inserting the knife, it's going to, you know, cut a little bit here. That's fine. Here it's going to stretch, you know, it will be the tightest point right here, and then in, boom, and it will click in here. So basically it has to fit, the knife has to fit, this little area has to fit through this place. So how do we know what the dimensions here have to be? So I have a little piece of leather that I use to make the sheath from. It's about a 9-10 ounce leather with a 1/2 inch little square glued up here like this. So this will imitate the welt, and this imitates the sheath. So what we do is we wrap this like right like this. Do you see that? As tight as you can. So this will show you how kind of wide the area has to be for everything to sort of fit through. It's going to be tight, but that's okay. So this right here, so this distance right here has to be the interior distance right here. So I mark it. right here. So here I draw a like an approximate center line. This is not going to be the final center line, this is just relative. And then I draw a perpendicular line to it, like this. Boom. So now the distance I said it has to be is from here to here. So I put this out on my piece of paper and I figure out that this is where the other side should be. So the distance here is approximately 3.5, let's do it in centimeters. So the distance here is 9, so 4.5 is the center line. So this is the real center line of the sheath. Boom. Now, the angle, I'm going to make it a little bit pointed inwards like this. Now I'm going to fold. Let's not fold it over yet. So basically, now I draw the outside. So outside is going to be, you know, how you do the outside shape is kind of a style thing. I like it to be a straight line. You can definitely do like a little curvy loop here. You can do, you know, you could do things. So some people do things like this. Some people do things like this. You know, I kind of prefer just regular, like, just a straight line. I don't know, I like this the most. And honestly, this is the easiest way to make it too. So we're gonna make it just a straight line. So from here, we step about half an inch from here, and we draw a line. Like this. Here, about half an inch. You know what, if you want to be perfectionist, French curves to the rescue. Always somehow a little bit nicer. Oh, one thing you have to remember, at the place where the sheath folds up, really should be a parallel cut. Because when you fold it up, you know, if this is not parallel, it's going to be funky. So we find a shape like this, maybe. Let's see. Yep, that looks acceptable. Now, the top of the sheath. So here, by the way, it's going to be like a little cutout in the welt for ventilation. Now, what to do with the top of the sheath. So the top of the sheath has to be just like a curved line. But how are we going to do it? So I would like, in the perfect world, you would like to grab the knife with this finger, or at least I do, this mushroom area of the knife, and then with the other kind of push it out of the sheath. So I think it would be nice if the sheath ends somewhere right here on the knife. So we put it down here, and it's going to be right here. So that's kind of the approximate end of the sheath, and down here it could be like here. Unfortunately, you know, to be very honest with the sheath making stuff, you really, at least me, I don't know how everybody is, but I find that I have to make 2 versions of a sheath to come up with a version that I'm happy with. Quite often you do one and it's not really what you want it to be. I don't know. Maybe it's just me because I'm not super experienced, but it's just like one try is very hard to get it right. So this is what I have. This is the welt. This is the whole fold. Now, just to make it like a little bit of a, you know, check to check if we're right. So let's see. The welt here is going to be, let's see, so here. So this is how it's going to be right there, right? And we pretend we're putting the knife through, boom. So it definitely fits a little bit looser than I would like, I think. And the top will be very, very loose, which is fine. All right. So I think this is probably acceptable. Next we fold this up. Fold it up right along the center line. Right along that line, and using a knife, cut the straight line first. And then using scissors, cut this out. Now, next, what we need to do is we need to come up with a dangler. So dangler is going to be a thing that, you know, this is our sheath. If the knife goes in here, the dangler would be on this side. It'll be some, you know, it'll be a little piece of leather that sticks up here and folds over into this area. So what I actually do is I cut this out up here, boom, like this, and then kind of first we're going to put the knife in here and kind of see how it feels. And it feels, you know, feels okay, I think. Next, the dangler, not the dangler, the belt loop is going to be 1 inch wide. So we first cut out of paper a 1 inch wide strip. Let's see, this. Then, actually, first thing we're going to do is this is the punch that we are going to punch the edge with. So first we do is we're going to punch one of the corners. This. And like this. This. So this way we know exactly what our punch will punch on the real leather. So that's it. So it's going to be something like this. So now, if this is the, let's say, this will be the sheath, this will be the outside of the leather. So if I'm right-handed, this belt is going to have to go somewhere right here. Now, first question is how long does it have to be? So usually we make it for a 2-inch belt. So this is a 2-inch ruler. So approximately if we start from here, from the edge of the sheath, you know, you want it to be to the top of the handle approximately. The bend is at the top of the handle, and down here, you know, to fit a 2-inch belt, probably something like this. Let's see, like this, and then maybe 5 inches. So 5 inches the whole thing. 5 inches long, so 5 inches minus half an inch that we have here, that's 4.5 inches. So we'll make this 4.5 inches. Half, 1, 2, 3, 4. So something approximately like this. Now, how does this have to be oriented? So you have to remember that when we, so first of all, where the, you want this to start up, where the center of this belt should be. First of all, the welt. The welt is going to be, let's say right here. So I'm going to trace the welt so we have an idea. So the welt is here. The knife is going to be kind of folded up. So if you make it just in the center of this line, it's going to, when the sheath actually folds around the knife, it's going to move this way, right? Because some of this is going to be cut off, or, you know, folded over. So we have to kind of pretend there's a fold. So really, it has to be a little bit closer to this area of the middle here should be moved over this way, probably like 1/4 of an inch. Again, this is not like exact science. So the distance here is about 5 centimeters, so this is the real center, but we'll move it like a third, we'll move it 5 millimeters over to this area. Now, let's see, the middle of this guy is Alright, so we drew a midline. Gotta get some tape. So we want it to be up to this point approximately. And you can kind of look at the light and overlap them. So I'm getting something like this. Something like this. Now, what orientation should it be in? Like this, like this. And the way I do it is I kind of draw an imaginary line from here, from the bottom of the sheath to this place. Right there. And that's kind of what I imagine the orientation to be of the strap. So now we can glue this on top. So it's going to be oriented. We look at the light here, just like this. Boom. All right. So next, next we kind of tape it a little bit better in place. Here. Here and here. Okay. So obviously on the final sheath, this will not be a sharp corner like this. It will be a rounded corner, but I'll show you later how we deal with that later on. So approximately it's going to look something like this, right? I would like this line to be parallel to this line right here, to the edge, so it's going to be something like this. And a 2-inch belt is going to fit with more than enough room. So basically this is the outline of the sheath. One thing we can do is we can make a welt from a separate piece of paper. So you don't have to do this, but it does kind of make life a little bit easier if the welt is actually a separate piece. Just make everything a little bit easier. You can make the welt out of one piece of leather or two pieces of leather. That's kind of up to you. And the way I transfer the welt is take an awl or awl, whatever this is called, overlap them, overlap the, and just kind of to make a break here. Alright, had some unpleasant news. So basically I take a needle and I kind of poke through along this edge on this new cutout, and then I just trace it with a pencil. You could see, I mean, it's pretty easy to see. I don't know if you could see it on the camera or not, but it's easy to see in real life. And you just trace it like this. And we cut it out. You can use a knife, you can use scissors, whatever you're more comfortable doing. Alright, and that's it. This is our sheath. We can clean up the table a little bit and find leather to cut it out of. So we don't need rulers anymore. I don't need tape. I don't need scissors. This and this we need. We don't need a pencil. So that's it. So this is the sheath we designed. Honestly, like I said before, it's pretty hard. You have to be a true kind of professional to design something that will be working from the first try. I have a suspicion, just from kind of prior experience, that this sheath looks a little bit larger than what we want. I think the fit is going to be a little bit loose. You know, but we'll see. It might be okay. Might be surprised. So next, I'm going to go and find some leather to cut it out of. Alright, here's a piece of leather. The most important thing here is to put the sheath the right side, you know, on the leather, because I've done it many times when you make a sheath and it's just the wrong-handedness. It's not right-handed, it's left-handed, and you have to pretty much either throw it away or replan what you are doing. So in any case, so the sheath will be, again, try it again. This is how it's going to be. Outside of the leather is here, the shiny part. So this is going to be the outside of the leather, like this. Boom, boom. So we position it. What I do is I usually glue it with little pieces of tape, kind of a low-tack tape, just so that it's easier to trace. And I usually glue it down on parts that will be straight lines. So, and then once it's glued down, we trace it. I use a red pen. You can use anything you want. Now, notice this area I will leave. Obviously, you know, here we don't want a sharp corner like this, so I'll show you what I will do later on. All right, that's traced. All right, so here we go. To cut this out, first thing we do is we punch what we can with these semicircular punches, because the finish on the semicircular punches is much, much better than what you get. So that's this one. And then this one we will do with, I have, let's do the big one this time. So we kind of line it up to the drawn lines. Boom, boom. Like this. Here I didn't quite draw enough. We're going to expand it a little bit. Much light and still not enough light. Okay, like this. Boom. Now, now we have, you see we have a punch out here, punch out here, punch out here, so we connect this with a ruler and a blade. This gives you the best kind of edge finish, because you want to minimize the sanding on these. So boom, see, it's very nice, like a very nice edge here. Very little work required on it. Let me cut this out. And then we cut this out. Okay. All right. This is not perfect, but this is going to be sanded down. That's going to be okay. Now these little corners are relatively easy. So this one we cut with a ruler. That's why I like this design with a straight edge, because it's so easy to cut it out. Another way to do this is to laser cut it out, laser cut it, which is, you know, definitely an option. But honestly, probably more hassle than it's worth. I can take a little knife like this to cut these edges. This edge does not have to be very perfect. Because it will be sanded quite a bit. Probably like up to 1/8 of an inch, potentially. Did not go all the way through what I did. So that's the cutout. Will be like this, and will be like this. Boom. This will be our sheath. So next we make the welt. The welt. Sometimes I use different leather for the welt. Something a little bit thicker. It's definitely an option. Like I have this leather here. That's a little bit. Maybe it's going to be better. We can try that. Let's try that. So, same thing. Okay. All right. Now we cut it out. No, the inside cuts are kind of difficult to make with any knife. I have another knife that's maybe better for this. Something like this. For sharp curves. This is hard to beat. Okay, so that's the welt. I don't know, all the videos I see people cut out much nicer welts, but that's how I do it. We'll go right here. So right here, the knife, I already put away the knife, but you know, basically the knife will kind of slide in and fix right here. And it'll get past this little hump, boom, and fall in there. We may have to cut some off here, but that's fine. All right. Next thing we should do is find the midline. We take the template that we used and kind of transfer the midline. And then on the so this gives you an idea of where the midline of the sheath is. So I think here probably this has to be a little bit more like this, kind of like this. So we can cut that off. Like this. All right, so what next? Next step is to work on the edges, to finish these edges right here, to finish these edges kind of the best way we can, these edges. Oh, a red mark right there. All right, well, a mistake, but maybe the brown color will cover it, we'll see. If not, this will be our practice sheath. Sometimes you can cut out a little groove right here so it bends easier, but I will not do it on this sheath. Alright, so next let me find a Dremel with a little drum sender, probably about 80 grit, and that's how I finish the edges on these things. So we found 80 grit little whatever this is called, mandrel. So here all the irregularities can be removed. So this is 180. I'm sorry, 120. And then we'll also do a little bit with 240. And this flat one. A little bit with a 240. Okay. All right, I think that's good enough. So next we get a beveler. This is a 00 edge beveler from Tandy. Let's see here. What we need to do is, number one, we need to trace this welt on both sides of the sheath to know where okay, that's number one side and then the other side. Okay, like this and like this and like this. So now we edge bevel. So the thing is going to attach right here. So we don't need to bevel the semicircle here. And these edges, so this edge will start from here to here, and then from here to here to here. Here we can do all the way from here, all the way around, all the way around. This is a 00 edge beveler from Tandy. I've tried a lot of different edge bevelers. Maybe not the most expensive ones, but this one seems to work the best. And here, just to kind of draw a guideline, let's do it right up to maybe like here, approximately. You can see it takes off all the red ink. All right, so the edges are beveled. Now, does this look acceptable? I think it does. Let's see, what next? Let's see here. Somebody's asking me for some things. All right, so next thing would be to probably do the stitching holes for the back of this strap. Put my maker's mark in the middle of it, and then paint the sheath initially, at least, and finish the interior parts. I have to take a little break for some childcare obligations, so let's see here. I'm going to use this. Let's see here. Is there black pen? Maybe black pen is better for this. So what I usually do is I draw a circle here and put my maker's mark in the middle of it, and holes on the circumference. So you have to kind of center it. I do this by eye. Probably not the best idea to do it by eye, but not bad. Now we have to make a groove where we put the stitches. Use this tool from Tandy. It's like a little forward groove cutter. You know, most groove cutters cut backwards, whether you pull, but this is a push cut. So you could tell right there, for example. You know, you can cut a groove. forward. It's not perfect groove, it's not very deep, but it's you know, it's acceptable, and it's much more accurate than trying to pull a cut through. This is still a little bit tricky. There's probably a better way to do this, but I have not yet come up with it. So that's what you get. What I sometimes do is after you have the initial groove, you can go with the pull cutter and try to cut it a little bit deeper. And sometimes I don't, because I can just mess it up. So you can see what we got. We got like a little groove there. Next, we next we have to make the holes. Let's see here. I find that cleaning up your desk as you go along is crucial. Makes things go a lot smoother. I'm going to keep the minimum number of things on the desk. In any case, so we're going to use this hole punch, 5 millimeter holes. And basically, start anywhere. Start the first hole, let's say here. And first you have to lay them out. And we're not punching them very deep. This is only to get a sense of spacing. Excellent. All right. Okay, so we have an idea of spacing. And now what I do actually is I punch the holes out. I have this 1 millimeter hole punch, and I will use it to just punch the holes through. You can see how this works. They're a little bit big, but you know, it's very, very effective. And they will shrink down, so it's fine. The size is okay. That's it. So 5 holes, super nice, both sides. The next thing on the list is to put my maker's mark right there. I usually put it right here, like a little DK, right over here. First I have to take a break. I have to go get my kid from school. Alright, I'll be back. Alright, well, child duties are done. Time to keep going a little bit. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to stamp my maker's mark right here. I have this little brass stamp that I use. We take a little bit of water and wet this little spot in the center here. Now the most difficult part here is to position it just right. Let's see here. It's like you can't look at this too many times. A little bit off, but it's acceptable. It's always a little bit off. I haven't figured out a way to do it in a way that's not off. Alright, next. What next? So, let's see, let's clean up our desk a little bit. I think next will be gluing the welt in. I usually glue it on this side first. Which is fine. One thing we need to do is we need to rough up this side. There's a special roughing tool. Right? And now we're going to glue this here. That's going to be the first step. So I use this horrible cement called the barge cement. It's extremely, I think, toxic. Smells very, very deadly. And not good. The thing about this cement is not to apply too much of it. You have to kind of spread it out the best way you can and not have a lot of thick areas, because when you are making the edge, when you are beveling the edge. I mean, not beveling, when you are making the edge nice. It's causes huge problems if there's like a glob of cement, especially on this side. Alright, so that's, see what I did there? I kind of spread it out really well. So that has to dry, and now we do this side. So basically, if you have globs of it, when you are finishing the edge, it's going to kind of show up, and it will be very hard to fix, to make the edge neat, if there are globs of the cement on it. So I kind of like to have a really thin layer. Again, it's okay if it overflows this way, because we're going to sand this off, but you know, again, kind of, this is what I'm looking for. Alright, now this has to dry. We need a hammer. This kind of hammer. This. What else? All right. This glue will prevent the paint from adhering very well. This is the hammer I use to kind of hammer it down. It's a very smooth underside here. Very soft too. Alright. Let's see, I think it's acceptable. So here we try to connect them as perfectly as we can. And remember, the initial kind of contact doesn't have to be very hard. That's attached. All right. Now when I paint, I'm going to paint it about this deep of paint. I'll leave this unpainted. All right, next. What next? What next? What next? What next? Let's see here. Now we can kind of get an idea of how this will go together. Let's see. So what we can do is, well, first let's pick the color. So we get our knife back out. And I have a box of all the different dye colors that I have. Can kind of go through them and pick something that fits. In general, there's kind of different strategies to matching. And that might be kind of interesting. Maybe. There's different strategies basically to do this. You can either try to pick color that really matches well or is really interesting, or you can just use black or brown, dark brown. Chocolate is kind of my favorite color in general. I usually just go with chocolate, honestly. Okay. Yeah. You know, there's not a color that matches super well. I think this might be interesting to do it like this olive green color from EcoFlow, but I've never used it for anything, and I don't know. Let's just go with dark brown or chocolate. I'm used to it. I've done it before, so let's just do color that you know. Alright, put the knife away. Now let's see what we can do next. Let's see. I think one thing that we can do is try to first fold the sheath in half. We're folding it as hard as we can. You can get it wet, but that'll make painting or dyeing sometimes a little bit problematic. So we just try to bend it as much as we can. And what you can do is you can kind of try it out. You can tell. Let's see. Another thing that we can do is we can find where these holes will match up. So you basically are trying to find the best place for this. I think it's better where it's kind of in the middle. Like this, maybe. Okay, once you find what you think you like, holes. And now, same as before, we punch them out. Okay, and we can punch them all through. Okay, so you make these holes. Now on the back here we need to cut out a groove there. And this one, since nobody's going to really see it, we'll cut out with this tool. Okay. All right, that's done. Okay, now we can kind of connect these two and we can actually see through them, so that's a good sign. What next? What next? What next? What next? I think what next is we should probably start painting or dyeing. So let me get ready. I'll come back when everything is arranged. All right, so next step will be dyeing the sheath, kind of the overall dyeing part. I will use chocolate color, and before applying the dye, I usually pre-treat with neat's foot oil. Unfortunately, this is just a messy job. First thing to do is I pre-treat this part of the sheath, the shiny part, with neat's foot oil, and you know, there's no, I don't know what the right way to do this is, but I have a little sponge and I fill it up with the oil and just kind of generously apply it as fast as I can to the sheath. And try not to get this part that's going to be glued. I don't know if that makes a difference or not, but unfortunately this oil applies kind of in a messy way, and it doesn't really like apply evenly. It streaks, but don't know if it really makes a huge difference or not. So something like this Boom. So, you know, I got this part messy. I don't know if that will affect anything or not, so let's just for fun apply it here too. And apply it on the edges since we're here. Why not? All right, so that's the needs foot oil application. Now I change the gloves. Because those were covered in oil. Change my newspaper. That's a little piece of the sponge here. All right, this is the paint. I apply it with a dauber. Now let's start from the other side. Let's start from here. I find that when you use the oil first, before you apply the paint applies a lot more smoothly and less dark. When you do not kind of pre-oil the leather, kind of applies very dark, and you have to do a million applications to get everything really covered up. But like this, just a couple of 3 applications is enough. Okay, and now, as I said, we're going to cover up to here. It doesn't have to be a very straight line, but we'll do the best we can. Oh, I didn't mention this earlier, you know, leather choice is very important. So this leather is kind of a cheap Tandy brand. Obviously, the better leather you use, the better your results will be. Makes a huge difference, kind of how hard the leather is and how well it finishes. Makes a big difference. So kind of choose what the best leather you can afford, you know. I buy the cheap leather at Tandy, and I buy the more expensive leather at Rocky Mountain Leather Supply. And the Rocky Mountain leather that I buy, they're like pre-cut panels, sheath sized panels, and it's really much better quality leather. That's a leather that I use for the insert here. It's just different, thicker and more dense, less flaky. So I think this is you know, acceptable. You could see that this is only 2 applications, and the finish is extremely dark, at least right now. If you applied leather before without the oil, you will see that it's much more difficult to apply a uniform coat like this. So what I do now is I kind of reform it just to kind of get this bend going. You will see what for. So this will dry a lot lighter. This is way darker now than it will be in the end. The leather has gotten a lot more soft here. And unfortunately now is the time when probably, is a good time to take a break and let this dry. You can't really do very much at this point. The next step will be to finish the edges here, and finish, this fluffy stuff over a little bit, and this. There are different ways to do it. I tend to treat this part with Toconol, the edges with Toconol, and then this with Tan Coat. Tan Coat is supposed to permit waxes and oils through, while Rosaline is kind of more, more of a sealant that does not let things through. So inside, I usually just do the Tan Coat and then add some wax to it, or some kind of oil to protect the sheath and the knife. But that's kind of it for the first day. It's probably ideal to give this a day or so to dry. It would be nice to kind of clamp it in this position, but if you do that, the leather is so soft now that you might actually damage it. You might actually leave marks on it, so I probably wouldn't do that right now. I would just leave it like this. Maybe what we can do is, let's see here. Find a scrap of leather. Kind of do something like this. And just let it dry for a little bit and see what you get. So that's it. I'm going to leave this alone for tonight, and tomorrow come back and do the edges, do the internal finishing, and attach the belt loop, sew it on, and then start working on this edge and holes. Alright, see you tomorrow. Alright, well, we took a little break, but it's still not tomorrow, it's still today. So I wanted to work a little bit on this. So first thing we do is kind of take off some of this dry paint. Next, we are going to work on this edge. So first things is this edge. So first we're doing water. Have a little slicker. Alright, so we covered these edges. First with water. Now while this water stuff dries, we're going to do toconol on this side. What I do with toconol on the straps is I just kind of apply it and don't really even make it shiny. I think it's an acrylic finish, although I'm not sure about that. So I kind of just apply it and let it dry and let it kind of form a smooth finish. And then we're going to go in here, and as I said, we're going to go like about halfway. Be careful with these holes here because you probably don't want the toconol stuff to leak out on the other side of the sheath through the holes. So just kind of be careful when you apply it next to the holes. You know, like this. See how they start to kind of out here. So toconol, if it gets on the finish, it will kind of mar it a little bit. It's not terrible, but it's better if it doesn't. So here, I just removed it all kind of. All right, let me apply a little bit on this side. And now start doing a little bit of this edge. Okay. So this I usually use a little piece of canvas. See how it makes it super, super smooth? All right, and now we get the other side. This side. Okay. Let's see here. Again, I'm not looking for a really shiny finish. I'm just looking for something that's smooth without the little beads of, without little hairs, you know. So I think you can see here, you know, it looks acceptable. Acceptable. Next we do this side with tan coat. Here's our tan coat. We'll apply it just like this for now. Forgot to do one thing. This part needs to be painted with dye. Okay, I'm gonna get a little Q-tip. And just paint this little area because you're not gonna be able to get there once the sheath is assembled. Just like this. Now we can go back here. I don't know if it's really okay to mix these, but just a little bit. All right. I'm gonna go wash this thing underwater. Be right back. All right. Now we're at a point where things have to dry a little bit again. So it's perfect time to clean up the desk. Let's see here. So this we're gonna need, basically just keep the stuff we're gonna need and get rid of stuff that we're not gonna need. It looks like most of these things we are gonna need. Let's see. So basically at this point, we're at a good point to stitch this thing on. But I do want things to dry a little bit before I do that. So I think we have to take a little break again. Just because it's not good to stitch or even kind of touch the leather when it's so wet. That's how we're going to cause little scratches and dents and stuff. So what we can do is we can kind of make our holes more pronounced. Okay, and the same thing here. Okay. Let's see what else we can do with this. We can scratch this surface because we're going to glue it. We are going to glue this on. To keep it in place, so scratching it wouldn't hurt. Okay, and then we do the same thing here. All right, so one other thing I can tell you is that some people thin this area right here. They kind of skive a little bit off. I don't do that because this part of the leather is, I think, more sturdy than this one. So if you cut this shiny level layer off, I think maybe it leaves a piece of leather that's not as sturdy. I don't know if that's an issue or not, but that's what I do. And you can see that with this dark color, really there's no evidence of our little red marks. So the red marks disappeared pretty much. There's a little bit of a stain right here, probably from the Tokeno. Kind of buff it out. You're not going to see it when the sheath folds over. Okay, still pretty wet back here. All right, so another break time. So just so we understand where we are, next we are going to saw this thing on here, and then what we are going to do is we are going to temporarily glue this sheath together and finish this edge, and then work on the stitching holes. So there are kind of two ways to do this, and I don't know which way is better in this case. If you want to do a really perfect job, the better way to do this is to glue it together with little tiny dabs of glue. Finish this edge on a belt sander so it's really, really symmetrical. And then open it back up and make the holes on each side separately. So this way you could really punch at a 90-degree angle. From this side and from this side. That's one way, which is probably more beautiful, you know, kind of more good looking. Alternative way to do it is to just glue it together and then finish it once it's already glued. And in this case, you know, I don't know which one I want to do. I think I probably just want to glue it together and finish it once it's already glued. I don't know. We can think about it while it dries, I guess. Looking at the sheath, there's definitely room to take off quite a bit off this side. So we could take off like 1/8 of an inch with our belt sander to get the edge really beautiful and tight. Not tight, but beautiful and even. You know, and there would be no harm. Probably would look better. If you could see our little welt here, you know, you could definitely take off like this much and still be in good shape. We don't need to take off that much, but you could. Yeah. It's gonna be nice. Probably about 1/3 of the way done. Stitching is the biggest job here. All right, we're gonna take a break, let it dry a little bit. Come back either tonight or tomorrow morning. We'll see. Okay, so I think we can glue this on and suture it on, or Jesus, stitch it on. So the way I glue this on is I have these needles, extra needles, and I kind of connect them like this. And this is after I attach the glue, after I put the glue on, like this. See, so they're kind of connected. at least 3 holes, and then I would just boom, make contact and hold it, and that's it. So first thing we need to do is apply the glue carefully, not to make a mess. Let's see here. This glue is very, very stringy, so it's always kind of a little bit of a challenge to apply it, but we'll do our best. Okay. It's half the job. Ugh. And the second half is here. I have some non-toxic glue here somewhere. But I'm just used to using this stuff. Okay, so you see I made a little sandwich like this, and we're going to wait for it to dry, and then when it's dry, go cook and attach it. In the meantime, this is the string I'm going to use. Not sure if it's going to look good or if it's better with black. I think it's going to look okay. So we're going to get 2 needles and load them up for stitching. So this will going to be basic saddle stitch, nothing really fancy. So much of this thread that I always make it kind of longer than I needed, but that's okay. It's one thing in leather craft that's really cheap is this thread. All right, here we go. So for stitching you need the thread, needles, these things. You have to get high quality ones. Well, I don't know whichever ones, but these are you know, US made Klein tools. They weren't so high quality because this little spring came out, but whatever. And then scissors and a lighter to burn the edges. Alright, is it dry yet? Not quite dry yet. So I think for today what we're going to do is, and this is really going to be the last step, we're going to glue this, stitch it up, and then glue these sides together and let them dry overnight, and then tomorrow come back and deal with stitching and all that stuff. Alright, looks like it's pretty much dry. So we connect. Okay, and that's probably good enough. I'm going to check with these needles that all the holes kind of lined up, and there's really no reason that they wouldn't. Okay, so that looks good, and I think we can start suturing. Again, I'm just going to call this suturing instead of stitching, whatever. It's the price of being a foreigner, kind of. This newspaper, keep the newspaper. These holes are extremely generous, so it's very, very easy to pull the needles through. Nice. You hardly need pliers at all. With saddle stitch, the key is to do the same thing every single time, the same pattern. So I put my right needle in first, then pull this one out, tie this little knot. See how it's coming together here. When I stitch a lot, I usually put on gloves, but here, since it's a very, very small job, I think it'll be okay without gloves. because I get like sores on my fingers from the thread. This is going to be the most boring video on YouTube. I wonder how many videos there are on YouTube that nobody ever watches. They just sit there. They are so boring and so stupid that nobody ever looks at them. They're just there. They're going to have to at some point clean them out. It's interesting. I don't know. I do find that sometimes a lot of the how-to videos on YouTube, though, are kind of a little bit not completely realistic. They kind of like explain stuff, but not really. Not really show all the steps, I mean. So this one is kind of hard to make. It's kind of hard to pull through, and when I pulled it through, it went through the needle. So yeah, they show kind of steps partially, not completely tell the whole story, you know. I find that frustrating. I just want to see how somebody does something like the whole thing. Because I'm really just trying to learn. If you're learning by yourself, it's without a real mentor, it's very hard to pick up all the nuances. So maybe somebody will watch this and learn something for themselves. Now another thing is that this is kind of a lot of work, the way that I'm doing it. And I don't know if in a truly like business sense it's economical to do this or not. I mean, I do this purely for fun and my enjoyment, but I don't know if you could do this efficiently enough to make money off of this. Alright, so now we close the loop once, so we're gonna go do a couple of double stitches. They are obviously much more challenging than the single stitches, than the first stitches you make, you know. Okay, probably we'll make a couple. So you can see we made, you know, one circle. And now we'll do just a couple of more. So what I do is I actually poke a hole fresh. Because the old hole is pretty filled up with the existing thread. And we do it the same way, it's just a lot harder. There we go. Okay. See here. So to make this stitch look good is very, very hard. The second one, I mean. So sometimes you have to kind of play around with them. Alright, so I think this is acceptable. I have a little needle pouch I made. Alright, now first thing we're going to do is kind of hammer them down, and you could see it looks, you know, it looks acceptable. I mean, these are the double stitches. They look, you know, a little bit fat, but not horrible. Now with this, we are going to cut them off pretty close and burn the edges. So if I was going to do this again, I would probably not leave these little threads over here, because this area is going to get scratched quite a bit by the bolster. Like when it goes in here, you know, this is going to be a high scratch area, so it's not probably ideal place to leave these threads like this, but you know, I don't think it's going to make a huge difference. But if you make a lot of these sheath, ouch, that was kind of painful, but okay, so that's done. So that is nice and finished. Let's see here. Like this. Okay. Good. So that's that. Now what we have to do is we have to glue this together, and again, to decide if I want to do this as one piece I think I do. I think I just want to glue it once and work on the holes once it's glued together. So. Okay. I'm going to draw one more time kind of a border for glue application. See it right there. Okay. All right, let's glue this. So I need, for gluing, I need my little set of clamps. Place becoming a mess. Let's see. Clamps. have these ones, but they do kind of leave marks sometimes. Alright, I think we have enough. These are much more heavy duty. I use them usually for this area right here, and the small ones go up here. Alright, let's apply the glue first. And again, like the last time, it needs a relatively thin layer, like a complete layer, you know, covering everything, but not very thick. Again, a lot less of a big deal how you do it if you are not super interested in your edges looking very nice. If you don't really care about the edges, then it's less of an issue. Okay. All right. That'll be number 1. There's a lot of paper towels getting wasted here. Okay. Should have tried the environmentally or health safe glue on this, but it's okay. Next time. Forgot the name of that water soluble cement. It's also contact cement, but I now we let it dry. How many are we going to need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and maybe this big one here. Maybe. Or these two. Have to sit and enjoy the fumes. If we do another one of these, I will show how to glue it temporarily, sand the edges, and then make holes, and then re-glue it again. It works very, very well for the sheath where the two halves come together. For this design, it's also doable, but it's not kind of as necessary. It's almost ready. Some people say you're supposed to apply 2 layers of this glue. Which, you know, might be true. So you could definitely do more treatment of the inside of the sheath too. You can put, you know, more wax there and more, you know, different oils and stuff, but different finishes. But I don't know if it makes a huge difference. I think the sheath are basically, to be honest, mostly cosmetic. I mean, I think if you really want something that's very reliable and safe and long-lasting, you would probably do something with at least a plastic or wooden insert. When you don't have an insert, it's kind of a, you know, not really truly like a super long living design. Alright, now we're going to try to glue it together very carefully. Okay. Alright, so now we're going to attach clips. Okay, so we're going to put this big one right here and finish up with the small ones. It's always a little bit, you know, I don't want to say stressful, but a little bit difficult process just because you could potentially mess it up and you could either not attach it exactly straight, or you could leave marks on the leather, which is going to be like ugly and not easily fixable. Alright, so that's it. That's what we have. It's glued together. It's relatively lined up. This thing is done. If you're really impatient, you can try to shove the knife in there, but we're not going to do that. And that's it. I think now we really genuinely have to take a break because this has to dry, preferably overnight. And then we'll come back in the morning and finish the edge, get the holes made, stitch it up, and we'll be pretty much done. I would say probably another, you know, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 2 to 3 hours left, and that'll be it. Oh, and then the most important part is try to fit the knife in and see if it fits, because you never truly know how well it fits until you actually put it in. So we'll see. Alright, I will see you guys in the morning. Alright, good morning. Let's see what we got. So, mission number 1 is not a lot of dents. There's one little dent right here, but that's okay. You know, pretty well stuck together. now what we're going to do is we're going to try to put the knife in, just to see. So this glue is actually very, very tough. It will definitely tolerate this. Boom. Knife is in. So that's how it's going to sit. Very tight, 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 and then boom, in there. And the same way on the way out. Very nice. So now we definitely have a reason to keep finishing the sheath. So next project is to go to the belt grinder and grind the edge symmetrical, not symmetrical but flush. So I will go to the bench grinder, get this done, and come back. One thing I wanted to mention that I forgot is when you are grinding this thing, it will be very, very dusty and messy. So what I do is I insert like a little bit of paper towel right here so that the dust does not collect inside the sheath, because it'll be very hard to get out. Another thing you can do is kind of with a razor, before you go to the belt grinder, kind of cut this off. The reason to do this so that you have kind of a better idea of what straight really is. Like this. If you don't have a belt grinder, you can do this other ways. You could do this probably by hand with a you know, like a sanding stick like this, and just kind of, you know, I mean, that would probably work too. But I find the belt grinders are so inexpensive. You don't have to have like a fancy 2x72 for this. You can have a, you know, 1x30, honestly, and get this done. Very straightforward. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, this was ground in a belt grinder to 120 grit. You get this pretty, you know, you get a good, nice edge. I'm gonna cut this little bevel that's created on the belt grinder off. I don't know if it's called a bevel or something else. Took quite a bit off, probably not 1/8, but definitely, you know, a lot. And then kind of check. Sometimes you need to check for this being square. It's very hard in 3 dimensions to say if it's really square or not, at least for me. I think it's acceptable. Next thing will be to make the holes. This is probably hardest job here. Let's see, let me get this little area done first. Okay, what I'll do before doing anything else is I will paint the edge with brown paint once, just because I feel like the brown paint hardens the edge a little bit, makes it a little bit tougher. Okay. All right. Next, we have to think about how we are going to actually, what kind of threading we're going to do, how the thread line will be. And I think, it'll come up here, tuk, 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 up to here, and then make a little indentation up and go down a little bit. Go down probably, let's see, go down to like here approximately, to keep this area stiff. Because if you don't do this, over time this will loosen up, but the stitches here will kind of keep it tighter. Then I will put a rivet right here, a copper rivet to match the bolster on the knife. And here it'll just end without anything. I don't think you need a rivet down here because there's really no tension on the sheath down there. So first thing to do here is to cut a groove. It's always a little bit nerve-wracking because you can ruin the sheath. But we'll start somewhere right here and go to right here somewhere. Straight line, so this is as easy as it gets. Take a little piece of leather and just make sure you're in the right place. Alright, let's do it. I feel like I need a little... It's okay. groove number 1, and we'll start with groove number 2. It's definitely easier when the line is straight like this, just when it's curved. Alright, so this is what we have. Now, the first thing we need to do is we need to make the first hole. So we find the place we want to start. We make a little indentation, and then we transition to the other side and make a little indentation there, and take our little punch obviously we're not punching all the way through, we're punching like halfway through. Alright, then we get a very, very sharp owl like this. This is, you know, compared to something like this, much, much thinner. Much, much thinner. So I got a really, really sharp one, and we poke the first hole through, just to kind of make sure we're aligned in the right place. First one, and go from both sides. Boom. And boom. And we can see that we're kind of aligned like this, more or less. And we're aligned like this. Alright. So first hole is made. Then we have to think about how we're going to do the side here. So I think we'll move one 5mm step up and then go down. So I have a little ruler. I'm going to draw a line like this, and it's going to be, the distance is going to be one 5mm step. So, and then we're going to do 1 and 2 steps down, somewhere here. I'm going to draw a parallel line right here. Okay. And the rivet is going to go right here. Now we're going to take this little guide off. And using this plastic ruler as a guide, I'm going to cut a groove here. Boom. And then we are going to cut this groove here. Okay. Now Alright, so now we have the holes marked all the way out. Next, what I want to do is do the same thing on the back side. So we try to take this super sharp awl, poke it through, and you can kind of tell where the mark came out. So here we will first punch 1 millimeter hole. Battery, not battery, but a memory card issue. So I didn't get to video how these holes were made. So we'll just start from here and make these ones. Let's see. So first step is to space out the holes. What I do for that is I use this little 5 millimeter prickling iron. I think it's called prickling iron. It has round holes as opposed to the slotted ones. You can buy them from China. Basically just line them up the best you can. And we're not punching all the way through, we're just punching a little bit. Another thing I do is I overlap this hole, so you could, you could start the next one from here, from the last hole you actually punched. It's better if you overlap a little bit. It just makes it more accurate. I have to go really deep, as I already said. Unfortunately, then we're start a curve. So I have 3 of them. I have one with 2, one with 5, and one with 7. So I will switch to 5 one. And then for the real curve, unfortunately, we have to go to the single. Problem with the single one is that it's definitely less accurate, the spacing. Again, we're going just like a millimeter deep with these punches. All right. Next, we have a little wheel like this, but we're not going to use it probably. So next thing to do is to punch these holes with my little 1mm punch. And again, I'm punching basically through one of the 3 layers of leather. You don't have to punch all the way through. You don't have to punch like through most of it. You're punching just a little bit to get it going. The holes kind of look kind of scary big, but they will kind of shrink down. Again, remember the goal, to take out the top layer of leather. Again, you're trying to go kind of a 90-degree angle here. If you're a little bit off, it honestly does not make a huge difference. It's not ideal, but it's not a life and death issue. Here I'm kind of making the holes a little bit more pronounced. Okay. The hole punch will poop out these little pieces of little sausages of leather that you have to clean up, because it will mark the backside. See how it falls underneath, and if you hammer it here, it will kind of leave a little mark. It's not a huge deal, but the whole point of doing this so nicely that it looks nice, so you don't want to... Okay, so you see, punched these holes through. Now, the backside. So, the backside, the trick is to have them kind of more or less lined up. So the way I do it, so you punch some holes here. Alright, so we got about halfway through. right? So next thing you do is you find a hole that should line up. So you find this hole on this side, and it's, you know, kind of, well, you can do something else. So this is the drill I use. It's a little Dremel with a 1mm drill. So you find this hole on the other side, and you kind of drill it in a little bit. Again, make sure not to go all the way through. We didn't go all the way through. We just drilled this hole on this side deeper. And now with this tiny little awl, whatever it's called, we make a hole. So now this hole is lined up on both sides, and we can see that it's pretty much perpendicular. It's not really perpendicular, but it's close enough. So that means we're at a good place. And what we can do is we can punch these holes with our little hole punch. Somewhat easier on this side. All right. So now we punch them through about halfway, so to this side. Now, sometimes it's enough, sometimes it's not enough to, you know, so these holes, I think we should probably drill them out a little bit. It'll just be better. So we put the drill on the slow setting and very carefully drill these holes a little bit more in. Remember, you don't want to drill all the way through, because you will not come out in the right place, probably. You just want to do a little bit, so you want to get through the second layer of leather. Okay, so you can tell this drill bit, like if you hub it to the beginning of the little cone, you will still not make it through all the 4 layers. If you push it all the way in, you will come out, but if you kind of go up to here, you will not puncture through the leather. So that's kind of what you want to do. Now use the sharp awl again to actually puncture through. Some of these holes will be easier than others, depending on alignment. Some of them kind of go in very easily. Some of them you have to work a little bit, and that's fine. You can see on this awl I inserted this little piece of leather here, because when you're puncturing through, you kind of hit the face of the sheath with the brass part, and it leaves a mark. It leaves like a little circular mark there, which is kind of not what you want. And this takes care of it. Again, all this stuff, you know, you kind of have to decide what you are making, because you can definitely do all this much, much simpler. I'm kind of trying to do things to my standard. But you obviously don't have to do it like this. You can do it much, much quicker and simpler. All right, so that's it. So we made the holes halfway through. Now we continue down more. And unfortunately here is where we have to use the two-pronged thing. Okay, let's stop here. So I went about, halfway through again. Find the hole that should match up. It's this hole. And we're going to drill a little bit. Again, we don't drill all the way through. All right, see, so that's very nice, very acceptable. So we can hole punch the rest of them. See, these are the little poopies that I'm talking about that you're going to clean up. Drill them out again. So I use a really, really low speed. The drill at the low speed because it's just, you get a little bit more control. And remember, you can tell how far you're drilling in. We don't want to go all the way through. Okay. You can kind of tell how the holes are oriented, so you can kind of guide the awl into the right direction. Alright, so we have just a few more holes left to make. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Let's see now. Hopefully this last hole is that last hole. So perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So again, the same way once more. drill these guys out. Alright, so a little interruption there. Let's see here. So you punch them out, initially the holes seem so big, but then they kind of shrink to a much more manageable size. Oh. Right. I think during our interruption I drilled the holes here. If you don't live alone, it's very hard to find peaceful time to do your crafts. Always interruptions, always other things to do. We're doing pretty well here, you can tell. Right. I think we're through all of them. Boom. That's it. All right. So all the holes are punched through pretty much. Made a little mistake right here. I kind of drilled into the side of the leather, but that'll get covered up. That's not going to be able to be visible. So the last thing I do before really saying that the holes are done is I take out the drill, take one of the 1.2 millimeter needles, and put it in my drill. These needles sometimes are very crooked, so we start it up. Oh, this one is perfect. There's no vibration at all. Put it on the lowest power, and do this. Maybe not the lowest power, maybe the second lowest power. So it kind of finds the path and it polishes the edges of the holes. Kind of burns them a little bit. And we do it from both sides. So remember, these last 2 or 3 holes have to really be kind of thicker because the thread is going to go through these twice. Kind of burn them extra. There's one hole that looks like it hasn't been punched through at all, which is very strange. Did I miss this one somehow? Interesting. Okay. And this way, and there we go. We went through the other side, so it could have been completely not punched through, but just a funky alignment. And since you have to put the needles in from both sides, it's good to do this from both sides too. Now, next problem is there's going to be a rivet right here. Let me get the rivet. I kind of prefer to use these heavy duty, I don't know what they're called, but they are like the saddlers rivets maybe, I don't know. But the point is you kind of have to estimate where it would look the best, and I usually think it looks the best covering up both of those, like right there somewhere. So that means the hole will be somewhere like right here, maybe a little bit lower, be right here, right there. So let's get this rivet out of the way. And my little hole punch. Let's see here. Okay. Now we do the same thing. So we do these symmetrical holes. So this hole is way too small for our rivet. But the hole is there, and we're not going to make it bigger until we saw the thread together first. Okay, so now we have to clean up the table here. What we're going to need, what we're not going to need. So we're not going to need this anymore. We're not going to need the hole punch. We might need an awl. We might need this. We're not going to need this. We're not going to need this. Let me just clean up a little bit. I'll be right back. We're going to need this. We're not going to need this. All right, now next, we have this ugly white line, so we have to paint that over. I take our paint. And I just do this by hand. This is a lot easier than it looks. So the problem with what we are doing is that the sheath, the color is kind of very dark brown, and the thread we're using is very light. So there's a good chance that some of this paint will come off on the thread. I don't think there's anything you can really do about that. I mean, well, I think you can let it dry longer, but I think even if you let it dry for a very long time, I think it'll still be not quite. You know, you don't have to be like right on here because obviously it's the same color, so it will not leave any marks if you're a little bit off. So basically, as I said, it's not that hard. You don't have to be right in that little groove. All right. These are cheap brushes that are honestly almost kind of disposable in my mind. You can use them a few times. Yeah, like this. All right, so we're gonna let it dry for a few seconds and set up to do the stitching. I'll be back in a little bit. All right, so this is going to be a new view here. Hopefully it's acceptable. Let's see. Let's see. I'd be kind of like this. All right. So this is going to be the suturing part, the funnest one, in my opinion. So first we load up 2 needles. So I'm not going to go over the settle stitch technique in detail. There are many videos that are very well done, kind of explain it. And once you figure it out, it's easy. Now how long? So I use a pretty long string just because I don't want to hassle with it like being short. So I do 2.5, approximately 2.5 arm length, which is a lot, but I kind of developed a way to deal with a long string, so it's not that much of an inconvenience, but it's probably 2.5 meters long. I don't know, I find that longer is just always better than shorter in this case. Alright, so you made your little threads. Then what I do is I wear gloves because, as I said, it kind of hurts my hands to stitch so much. These are kind of, I think they're called electrician gloves or something. They're very, very thin, and I cut the fingers off. You have a stitching pony. It's like a little thing that you sit on. And now, so I always put the nice side on my right. Sometimes I take a little piece of leather to grip the sheath. Lights, additional lights here. All right, and I am ready to go. So, oh, another thing I have. So I glued a little piece of magnet right here, here, and here, and then I also have a 1, 2, 3 block with a magnet that I put right here on my desk. And this is to avoid getting lost with all the string. So we start at the bottom, and the first thing to do is to make the string even. And very important to do this up front, because if you don't make it even here, it doesn't make sense to make it long. Alright, so this is even now. Separate them by side. Put that here. So these magnets kind of help you control the string. And that's it, and we start stitching. So I put the first thread through the first hole, and then we go to the second hole. This first stitch is important because you can kind of get it out of alignment. So boom, you see I stick my needle right there. And this way you can deal with extremely long thread without too many issues. Alright, first stitch in. Now we just keep going like this. if the holes are well made, I find it pretty relaxing process. There's very little kind of struggling with this. At least for me. I don't tighten the stitching pony very much. I have no screw here at all, so it's kind of loose here. I would rather it be loose than scratch up the sheath. And normally when you do this, I would listen to an audiobook or podcast, or listen to some kind of a audio YouTube video. Because it makes it more fun. Or you can be quiet in your thoughts. I have a more expensive, nicer stitching pony that kind of maybe would be a little bit better to use, but it clamps to your table. But I haven't quite got around to being comfortable with it, so I use this one still. It's very important for the sheath to lock the stitch, like to tie it up, like I'm doing, because I guess what this does is if you cut one stitch, it will not really unravel the rest of the stitching. So if anybody's really watching this, I would probably start to fast forward here, because this is a little bit boring. I always thought about getting a stitching, like a sewing machine for this, but I think if I were to get one, I would not be happy with how the stitching, went into the rivet hole. This one is kind of funky, it doesn't go in easily, so what I do is I kind of massage the hole with this suture in there and it's still not going in. There you go. You kind of have to go in all the 4 directions. See where you find the opening. Might be a, that's what she said, joke in there somewhere. Alright, so we're done with the back stitch. We'll do one more and I'll show you how it looks. So it's really important to pull the needle out, pull the string out while the needle is still in, because sometimes you puncture through the thread, and if you just pull the thread out, it will be a big problem, and then it's going to be kind of a hassle to fix. So this is what we get here. You can see, that's about 2 inches. Not, not terribly difficult, I think. All right, now, okay, let's just keep going. I think what I'll do is I will put this on pause and connect when I get done with this part, or at least get to the end of it, because it's very boring to do this without any music or conversation going on. So I think I'll pause the video for now and come back when I get through to the end. Alright, so we're coming to an end here. So we have about probably 10 stitches left. It should be like this. These last few are kind of always a challenge for me to get the thread through the same hole twice. A little bit of a challenge. Another thing I want to work on is kind of how to end the stitch line. So now what I do is I just kind of stitch back a couple of times and burn the edges. But it leaves this like ugly knobs with your fingerprints on them. So I don't know if that's really super professional looking. Don't know, it's effective, but I don't know what the better way of doing it is. I have to kind of think. Some people tie some kind of a weird knot between the 2 layers of leather, which is actually an interesting idea, but I don't know. Probably not going to experiment too much on this one. Okay. I'm not sure if I stressed that when I was making holes or not, but the last 3 holes or so, you really have to try to make a little bit bigger. We'll do that now too. We're not quite there yet, but we're close. We have 3 more holes left. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to make, this is the different awl that's very, very big and thick. I'm going to make these holes. Okay. All right, now the last few stitches. Let's see if I can zoom in here on the button. Yeah. Let's see. I don't know if you can see anything or not, but that's okay. Life would be much easier if you make bigger holes for the thread, but I don't know if the quality will be worse. Potentially it will be so. Texts, emails. Alright, so this is the last single stitch. Okay, now we're done with this device. Put it away. Let's go back to the table here. Like this, and here we go. Alright, so you see, this is where we are now. So we need to go back a little bit. Alright. So, and we have how much string we have? We have probably like, let me zoom out a little bit here. We have quite a bit of string left. Definitely not too short. Alright, so now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go in from the front and come out the back. So what I do is I kind of make this hole, open it up again with this awl, just to kind of make sure we come out in the right place. So this is going to be so we came out. And this one is going to be the extra tough one. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Alright. Now we tie it up again. Alright, now the only other thing here that's a little bit tricky is that you do have to kind of, when you that's good. And one more. Okay. Okay. Right, and then the last one is going to be a stitch back here. Okay. Oh, and I screwed this up. Oh, made a mistake. I put it back in the same hole. So what I'm going to do is I can't take this needle out now. So what we're going to do is cut the needle off. You couldn't do this if you had a short thread. So now we can take it out. I put it in through the same hole. It's terrible. Okay. I'm going to put it through a new hole here. Okay. Boom. All right, now we take off the gloves. Cut off the needles. One and two. Mistake again. Oh my god. So many mistakes. So this videoing must be making me make mistakes here. Okay. Because you want to end on this side. You want to end on the back side. You want to have your little burn pieces on the end, on the back of the sheath. So the last thread has to be this one going in. Okay, suture needles go away. Pull on them. Now what we do is we cut them off pretty closely. That's it. Maybe even shorter than this. Okay. All right, now Japanese scissors away. This is away, the thread is done. Now, what we need to do is we need to kind of hammer it down a little bit. All right, next we have to put in this rivet. For the rivet, first thing we need to do is make this hole bigger. I have this 2.5 millimeter punch. Okay. Let's see what we have here. Okay. Okay. And we cut this out. Huge hole. You can see this hole. Boom. All right, now we need to get the tools. Okay, so first thing is to hammer this little cap on. These are the tools from Buckle Guy, and they are really, need a different hammer. So for this you actually need a real hammer, because if you use the mallet, it doesn't really do enough power. Let's see here, let me move this up a little bit, maybe this will be better. Alright, so you can see it looks good on this end, looks good up here. Next we need a little, let's see, you need an index card. card instead. Punch a little hole. Okay. Put it in like this. And now with these snippers, Nipex, we cut off this thing kind of as close to the edge as we can get. If you don't do this, you are going to damage the leather. Okay, so we cut this off, but you can see that it's quite a bit left over there, more than you want. So what I usually do is I take a Dremel again. This is a Dremel with a small what I do is I kind of very carefully, very carefully, I don't know what you can see. Yeah, so that's what I do. Kind of make it a little bit, you know, more domed. And then with this tool, actually make it nice and domed. I mean, it's not, you know, the goal is not to feel it, and I definitely cannot feel it. So I think that's acceptable. All right, so we take the tools and clean them up. I'm going to clean up the stitching stuff. All right, now let's see, we don't need the hammers, we don't need, let's see, we need this, we might need this, we need a little business card, we need the thread. All right, so next thing here is so what's left on the sheath, basically? And basically what you have left is treat the leather with something. You can also, you have to finish this thing, because that's not very nice. And, you know, that's it. Maybe put some wax on the inside. Let's see, can we take this out? Let's see. The sheath out. So what I like to do actually with this particular knife and the sheath is kind of wet mold it a little bit. So we come back to our knife. Getting some waxed finish here to kind of put on the blade so that it doesn't rust. Just don't want to deal with problems. Okay. This on. And then I wrap it in cling wrap. Let's see here. Yikes. Okay, it's good enough. Just a little bit, you don't have to go crazy. Okay. I'm going to tape this corner. Kind of keep everything in place. Next, what I'm going to do is, if you remember, we kind of treated the interior of it with different chemicals already. So I'll just wet it from the outside. I'll just put it under the sink, basically, under the faucet. And get it wet from the outside, and then wet mold it like this. So I'm gonna come back after I get this wet. It's a very quick wetting of the sheath here. Try not to get too much water inside just because it's unnecessary. And now we insert the sheath, insert the knife, boom, in the sheath, and we kind of start to wet mold it a little bit around the knife. Let's see here, so we're gonna So, that's probably sufficient here. You can see, I don't know if you can see in this light or not, but it definitely looks a little bit more kind of shape fitting. Now, next thing is to let it dry. And there are different ways to let it dry. One way is to let it just dry naturally. Another way is to let it dry in an oven. And I don't know, I usually do put them in a little, I have a temperature controlled little oven. That's what I usually do, just because it makes it a bit faster. So I might do that. So take it out, the knife. Okay, the knife out, we kind of know the shape. So we reform it again. And now put it in the oven for probably like an hour, in the oven at like 170, 180 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll come back after it's baked. The knife is still nice and dry. Probably should take it out though, because you never know if it did get wet a little bit, because then that could cause big problems. It's carbon steel, so that's why I'm a little bit paranoid about it. If it was regular stainless, I probably wouldn't worry about it at all. You know, I just, like I said, you work so much on these things, you don't want pain in the butt. Okay, that's done. All right, now to the oven, and I'll come back when it's cooked. All right, so back from the oven, nice and more or less dry. Let's see now what to do next. Next is to do this edge. So this is 100 and 180. So first we're going to do is, we're going to stuff this thing back in there. Now we're going to try 180. So we're trying to kind of make it one level finish. Oops. We do 100. Maybe we should do 100 actually. Let's start with 100. So this is 100 side of the sanding stick. Scratched. Okay. We're down to 180 again. All right, so we did 180. Next, we'll get some 220 sandpaper. Destroys your knife, just so you know. Go back up to 100 here. One thing with sanding is that you really have to start at the right grit, or it's kind of pointless. All right, so this is 220. Right here, 220. Sandpaper is still good. Now we are going to paint the edge. Okay. All right, now next we're going to need 500 per. I have a little sending stick here if that's what we need. So we'll let it dry first a little bit. Okay, good enough. Next, we're going to go to 800. Now the question is, should we die? Let's die. Okay. All right. Does not have to dry a long time, just a little bit. This is 800. So how well your edge finishes is less dependent on how much effort you put in. Well, that's not true. Effort matters a lot too, but what matters a lot is 1200 is the quality of the leather. If the leather quality is kind of so-so, you can do a lot of work and it's still going to look crap. You know, it's not going to look perfect. It's not going to look crapalicious. It's going to be so-so. Like this is tandy leather. I think I already mentioned this, and it's kind of, you know, it's acceptable as leather, but it's definitely not some superior quality. All right. Now we dye one last time. Okay. We take this out. Pull other little pieces. Alright, cover this up. Boom, boom. Take the sandpaper away. Alright, next. Tokeno application here. So how I do it is I put some in this little cup, and then apply it like this. Like I said, it's not really, it kind of hurts the finish, in my opinion. At least I've heard that it doesn't, but it really does. So you have to be kind of careful, I think, with the edges. Just makes them darker. Okay. All right. Got a new piece of canvas here. I've used the same piece for probably definitely a few years. Probably time to upgrade. Problem is with this is that I sometimes get wax mixed in. So this is what we get, you know. It's not perfect, but it's you know, it's acceptable. It's not terrible, that's for sure. Let's put this back away. All right, now the last step is kind of what to do with the waterproofing. So there's, you know, the more beautiful way to do this is to apply Resolene, but in my experience it's best to spray it on, and the finish is kind of, you know, it's beautiful, but it's not really forever lasting if you actually use the sheath. So I think for something like this that's really, you know, meant to be used, I probably will just apply wax. This leather conditioner, this Aussie leather conditioner, and call it a day. Probably an easier way of doing it. So I'm just do this with my hands. Look at this. That's a good amount. Now probably just a good idea to just let it kind of absorb a little bit. I don't know how much it will absorb, but it's not gonna hurt. Strange how this works. All right, so this Aussie leather conditioner does not smell super nice. It smells okay, or chemically smell. I could probably use hairdryer to kind of heat it up and let it melt in, or you could put it back in my oven. I could put it back in my oven, see what happens in there, but let's see. All right. Okay. Somebody is really watching this. I'm very impressed. Hopefully you learned something. Apologies for very non-professional video. Okay. All right. I think it's pretty good. So looking at this, you know, what mistakes I made. I think the biggest mistake is, in my opinion, is this thing could be moved a little bit in this way, because really you kind of want it to be along this line, and now it's like along this line. Like, I'll show you, it's along this line now, and it really should be more this line, in my opinion. But you know, that's what I was trying to draw here, as you can tell, you know. So I did it like this, and I think it would have been better like this. But you know, it's a small thing. It doesn't really, I think, make a difference for the sheath function and everything. Is just if you do one more, that's how I would do it. Now, okay, moment of truth here. So you can tell, just so you understand, this is how the interior of the sheath looks, right? So you are sliding past here, there's going to be a big hump, and then you fall into that hole. So boom, right there. So you're right in there. See the little guard clicks in right there. So there's absolutely no way this is going to come out. I mean, maybe later on, as the sheath gets loose, of course it will, but it's pretty deep sitting, and that's what I like. I like kind of deep sheath. So it's not, and it coming out, you know, it's not super hard to come out. It doesn't come out with one hand, but it definitely comes out easily. So that's pretty much it. I hope somebody found it useful. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. I can definitely show some pieces of the process more carefully. But that's it for this one. Thanks for watching.